Alessandra, we cannot hear you yet. Yes, now we can hear you.
That's wonderful.
Hello.
Hello, Elisabeth. How was your night? And let us know how was the day yesterday. Anything that you would like to highlight?
I was really happy with how everything went, both here on the technical side and also in the sessions. They were really interactive, we had good discussions, and I think it went even better than I thought it would, honestly.
Okay. Let us know, because you were the studio where we made that experiment with the networking area. How did this go? Was there networking or was it difficult to manage? Because we are going to do this today again, right?
Yeah, so we are going to provide this opportunity again. We had a bit of low attendance, which I understand, you know, everyone needed to get food probably. We had a bit of feedback on our mentee that we shared, and we will give the opportunity again to everyone who is interested today for the chat, but also to talk and see each other on video, give us feedback on a few mentees. So if you're interested, please come to Studio Berlin during lunch hours and we will be there.
So as we said, we didn't know really how virtual networking might work out. It could be overcrowded, it could be too little. So let's find something in the middle and let's do this experiment today again. I know in your room, in your studio, there are now 2 subsequent sessions that are basically dealing with the technical issues. One is about IPv6, DNSSEC, ATTP, before I break my tongue, HTTPS, sorry. And the next one is about universal acceptance. Universal acceptance is really, from a technical side, a very exciting topic. So Elisabeth, with this, I hand over to you. Welcome your moderator and open your studio, and all good luck for today.
Thank you, Sandra, will do. And have fun as well in Leipzig.
Okay, I hear we should go to The Hague first.
Hi, Sandra.
Hi, Nadia. Nice to see you again. I hope you could have a little bit of a rest during the break. GDPR. Okay, is laughing. Okay, what is so funny in the background?
No, breaks are an illusion here. Hosting a virtual meeting.
Okay, good. I tell you later on what's happening in the break here in Leipzig, but I do this in the next segment. In your studio, you are going to talk about GDPR now. GDPR is an issue that is relevant since at least 2 years, even longer. It will be a session about an updates and how that GDPR relates to information of freedom information. So Nadia, is everything set in your room? Everyone did arrive?
Well, all the speakers have arrived, and it's going to be a great setting. They're really focusing on having a lot of interactivity going in their session. So we hope that just like the last few sessions, people are commenting and adding questions and also sharing their knowledge in the background. So our remote moderator, Alke, is actually really excited to get the discussion going and keeping the dialogue going also after these sessions.
Okay. Nadia, with this, I hand over to you and wish you also all the good luck for the next 2 workshops.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Bye. And then let me ask my team, how is Trieste? Are they connected? Wonderful. I see Roberto on the screen. Roberto, can you hear me? Roberto, we cannot hear you.
Sandra, we can hear you actually. I hope you see much more than Roberto, because you got a whole team here ready to go.
I know that voice from the background. It sounds like Frederick Donk.
Completely. I hope you get much more than my voice, because I'm completely here.
Okay. So, Frederick, if I'm informed properly, you are the session moderator. Is that right?
Yes, you're right.
Okay. Actually, the session host should read out the code of conduct. so that everyone knows how to behave properly. But I see that Roberto has audio issues, so maybe we play in the code of conduct slide, and then maybe Frederick, you could take that job until Roberto and Marco can open up the session.
With pleasure.
This is Roberto.
Wonderful, Roberto. Here you are.
Well, but my connection crashed, and then I reconnected, and now I don't. I need to load the slides and so on. I can, in the meantime, read the code of conduct and start, and then we will do without slides for a moment, and then when I recover with the slides, then we'll have everything. In the meantime, you could see.
I think, Roberto, you are doing perfectly right to have paper on your side, because you shouldn't always rely on cyberspace. So please go ahead, and I leave you doing your job. I don't want to interrupt any further. And I know with Frederick, you have a very skilled moderator on your side. So good luck for your session.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sandra.
Yeah, I've never abandoned the practice of having paper. And while I remember Windsurf said, one thing said, if you have pictures that you really care about, print them. So thank you for your patience. And this is the session about community networks. And the moderator is Frederick Donk, to whom I will give the floor in a moment. Before giving the floor to Frederick, let me read the code of conduct. Please state your full name when entering the room. Raise hand using the Zoom function to ask a question. Stay muted until the floor is given to you. And when speaking, switch on the video and state your name and affiliation. Do not share links to the Zoom meetings, not even with your colleagues. Okay, Frederick, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Roberto. And thank you for this job, by the way. It's very important to recall those principles. We are going live, and this is a great experiment, and it's been a success so far. So I'm very happy to welcome you all on this EuroDIG session on community networks. I will ask the question in a few seconds to this great panel what it is that we're talking about. But in short, honestly, everything you wanted to know about community network without even daring to ask, this is the place, actually. This is not the official title of our conversations today. There is another more official title, but this is well about it. My name is Frederick Donk. I'm the Vice President Europe for the Internet Society. And I'm really glad that we have the occasions to go through community network. This is the internet from the people, for the people. Much more in a few seconds. Before I get there, I need to tell you that there will be 90 minutes where you will hear people sharing experience, best practices, and their specific angles. There will be video, cross fingers if it works. And we also have what we call between us a bank. I would love you to check on this bank of informations that we collected. Actually, thank you, Sandro Karumitse, who is the focal point who helped collecting all those informations on the wiki of EuroDIG. I would really invite you to go and check this, because you will find a gold mine of informations. I still have some stuff to tell you and share before I start and introduce the panel. First, I mentioned EuroDIG is a success. It's a success because of many people working behind the scene. You see one of them on the screen, Roberto Gaetano, is working from Trieste studio. Thanks a lot, Roberto, for this technical assistance. And you will be helped by Marco and Hermano that you might not see, but they are there helping actually. We also have Jolly, our friend Jolly from the US, who is live streaming this. I don't know who it was, Marco or Hermano, but anyway, hi. Jolly is also somewhere, you won't see him, but he's live streaming on YouTube and many other platforms. So thanks a million for this, Jolly. You have a chat. Roberto kindly remind us how to use this. Please don't hesitate to use the chat with questions that I will take the pleasures to relay to our panelists. And then at the end of this session, we will have reporters. Reporters, they do that for all sessions. This is a great job. They will take the time to walk us through the different conclusions of these conversations, and they will submit it to you as a group for you to approve it as the conclusions of our sessions. I believe I've said it all. Let me introduce our panel, starting with you, Carola. Carola Kroll, you are a research assistant at the Stiftung Digital Chancen, the Digital Opportunities Foundations. You're based in Berlin and rural Lower Saxony, and your work focuses on digitalizations in rural areas and the chances and opportunities of social media for the civil society. And I see that you're also a smart hero. You were awarded Smart Hero. Nice. The second speaker will be Marit Palovirta. You are a Director Regulatory Affairs at ETNO. ETNO stands for the European Networked Operator Association, so big associations here in Brussels. But Marit, you were also working and made a brilliant career in an organization schools after the Internet Society, in which you were able to lead some of our activities, including community networks. What a coincidence. So I'm very glad to hear you on that as well. Gianluca Lentini, you are a climate scientist and researcher for the mountains environment for Polidria Politecnico di Milano. For Polidria, you manage the Interact Alpine Space Project Smart Villages, dedicated to smart transitions of mountain areas. We look forward to hear from that as well. Thank you for joining, Gianluca. Massimiliano Stucci, Max, for those who, like me, have difficulties with long Italian first name. You are a technical advisor, but much more than this. You are the Grand Capo in the Internet Society as the lead of the CN project at global level for the organizations, and you will share your experience as well. Thanks for joining. Tom Putz, you are a member of the Things Network Nova Gorica Community Core Team. You are a community network designer administrators, and you manage also digital communication at the Associations of Radio Amateur of Slovenia. You are also a well-known advocate of Internet of Things with LoRaWAN. People will know much more after you had a chance to tell us more about LoRaWAN, and you speak frequently in many different conferences on IoT. Thanks for joining. And last but not least, Vasilis Christos, you are a member and an administrator of the San Ratamporo in Greece Community Broadband Network. Actually, you co-founded it, and you will tell us much more about what it is. You're based in Athens in Greece, and you currently also work for the Associations for Progressive Communications, APC. Well, as I said, great panel, great experience around the tables. And let me kick that off. And I would like to ask each of you, in the order that I took actually, what is CN from your perspective? If you have to explain this to people who don't know anything about it, for example, my mother, I guess she's online as well, what it is that you would say to explain what is community network? Starting with you, Carola.
Yes, I was very close to the 2 words. I just have 3 words for you, and that is internet for everybody. Thank you. Nice,
I love it. Marit.
Hello, everybody. I have more than 2 words for you, but I'll try and keep it short. So from telco's perspective, from telecom operators' perspective, it's really for us the extension of digital networks to remote areas and areas where simply we don't have a commercial business case. But from my heart and from my previous experience, I would also say that it's a local citizen initiative and very important for inclusion. So.
Nice one. Thank you. Gianluca. Did we lose Gianluca?
Here I am. Good morning, everybody from Milan. Community network for me is above all a network of people who are aware of the assets and needs of their areas and try to express them, making full use of the available technologies.
Very nice, thank you. Max?
For us, community networks are internet access built for the people, by the people, and producing value for the people themselves.
Thank you very much. Tom?
Hi, so for me, this is some kind of a local community response or solution for the ICT deprived geographical areas.
Nice one, thank you very much. And then you, Vasilis.
Yes, for me it's similar as with Tom's. So I would say that a community network is firstly a community of people willing to deal with their digital exclusion and learn in the process by using accessible and shared knowledge of the community network ecosystem to build the telecommunications infrastructure which they own and manage.
Nice definition. Well, thank you for giving this, because I guess now people have a better grasp on what it is that we are about to talk about. If not, please use the chat, tell us. But I'd like to continue with you, Vasily, if you allow me. I mean, I'd like you to give us a bit of your experience on what it is to just start a community network. What are the ingredients that you would need to do that stuff?
Let me just share my screen here. I don't know if you can see that.
We do, thank you.
Sure, thank you. So I will also show you some pictures, because one picture worth 1,000 words, so that you get a better understanding of what a community network is, or our community network is. So yes, to start with a community network, I think there are some basic ingredients there. The first, in my opinion, is community. So you have to have a community of people, and you have to have some leadership there. So some people must take the initiative to start with this. The second ingredient is to tap into the common knowledge of the community network ecosystem. So there are a lot of community networks around the world. There is a lot of knowledge, and this is also how we have started. We didn't know anything about community networks when we started, but we did find shared knowledge out there. And then it depends on the local conditions. For example, in Sarandaporo, there was a core team of people willing to experiment and who wanted to offer back to their birthplace village. This is how it started. But if we take, for example, the Zenzeleni community network in South Africa, these people had to also solve the problem of power. They didn't have a power infrastructure, so they used solar panels. Or we can take the NYC Mesh community network in Manhattan, in the heart of New York. They started sharing the connectivity from rooftop to rooftop. So yes, there you have it. Can you still hear me?
Yeah, we do. Thank you.
Yes.
Are you? Yeah, continue, please.
Yeah, so I would say that the bare minimum ingredients to start with a community network is the infrastructure in one place. So you have to have the technical capacity and the knowledge to put the infrastructure and to be able to maintain it. You can see some infrastructure there. Then you have to have training. People must acquire digital literacy and digital skills to deal not only with the infrastructure, but also to be able to connect meaningfully to the internet. So digital training for us is about deploying and maintaining the infrastructure, but at the same time using the connectivity to benefit in their everyday lives of the community. And then third, it would be the community building part. So we need to nurture and grow our community. And this is something that we do with much care. These are the bare minimum for me. And then further, if you want to go further, you need to speak about the institutional capacity and about the connection with the ecosystem. You can find elements there, for example, as funding, how the community networks can evolve, can evolve, where they can find funding to go on, because there's a lot of experimentation when you do when you deploy a community network. So you need to have some support, financial support there. And then there's the peer exchange, the knowledge, experience, and best practice from community network to community network. And this is where the role of some international stakeholders is really important to bring all these community networks together. Would be, for example, the work that ISOC is doing or APC is doing, which is, in my opinion, really, really important. So if I'm not sure how I'm doing about from time-wise, Frederick here.
I'm checking on you. It's just perfect. Continue. I got some more question for you, by the way. Please.
Sure. Go ahead. Because I will go on talking all day.
I know. Don't worry. We all know that. You have this experience. Honestly, when we listen to you, we can imagine the different ingredients. And when you just portray this, it looks and sounds very simple when you have all those ingredients to further proceed. But I guess there are lots of challenges, right? Can we have an idea about what kind of challenges you had to meet concretely in your project? Was it human, financial, regulatory? What kind of challenge you have?
Yes, this is something that needs to be addressed, and these are definitely things that you will find in your way when you build a community network. So yes, community building, community participation is one challenge. So it doesn't mean that all the community will go behind this community network and will participate actively. You also have some members there who just who are just happy to have internet, for example, and they don't want to get involved more actively. It's all about doing nurturing your community with local community events, with connection to the ecosystem, where you can draw best practices and inspire people to contribute. And then we have the funding, as I said before, which is it has to be diverse so that you have some resilience there. For example, in our case, we draw our funding from the local community for some projects from funders such as ISOC, and by deploying local services that are useful for our community, and they can pay for them. And then we have, of course, the regulatory environment. We need to work with regulators, because as a community network, sometimes you find yourself working in a, let's say, gray zone. Regulators do not necessarily know what a community network is. So we need to work with these people and offer them best practices from all over the world to make it easier for them to do their job, and make it easier for us as community networks. Last but not least, a very practical matter, where you will find internet connectivity, the backhaul, as we say. So usually it's too expensive to have internet in these remote areas. And this is the reason also why telecoms usually do not operate in those areas. So we need to be creative in how to find backhaul connectivity and share this to all the people in the villages.
Thank you, Vasilis. Thank you for this. I really appreciate you witnessing, because you really have done this work concretely in your communities. I see already some comment in the chat. Yes, those ingredients not easy sometimes to collect. And if we got time, I would love to address also those refugees communities. Let's keep this. Thank you for this start, Vasilis. I wanted people to have a better idea on the different challenges, and you set it up perfectly. Technical, regulatory, financials, economics, and human-centric. We're talking about a community, so you need to have people in it, not always easy. Roberto, I'm looking at you. Could we actually have also one of these other experience that we have, and that is coming from Georgia. You know that we've done some work in Georgia, and we have beautiful videos. At least we try to reduce that to a 3 minutes 30 video from Georgia. I know Ucha is on the chat here somewhere. So Ucha, don't hesitate to put on the chat what exactly we're talking about here. This is one of the projects that the Internet Society has been involved with, and to me, it portrays community networks in a beautiful way. So let's shoot this, and Ucha, don't hesitate to give comment in the chat. Thank you. Roberto, back to you. Are we not supposed to have sound? Something. Well, this is Ucha on the picture, but we normally have. Or is it my end? But normally we should be listening to this as well, right?
No, there is no sound.
There is no sound indeed, which is a pity because you might have a better taste on what's happening there, including the fact that the only way to access those mountains were by helicopter, as you could see. And you could see this in reality. So that's the real work. I regret we don't have the sound, honestly, but it's perfect. That is okay. It gives you a taste of where they are actually in the middle of nowhere. Again, Ucha here in action and really building masts on the top of mountains in Georgia. Michael, yes, we have the video. Thank you for asking. We have the videos on this bank on the wiki of EuroDIG. So if you go to the website of EuroDIG, you'll find the wiki and you'll find all sorts of materials that we have put there. Vasilis has put some, Sandro for Georgia, Marit, Gianluca, well, everybody of us among us has put materials there. So please check on it. So Ucha, it's first time I see you, but not hearing you, which is something different, but you are there. So you could easily speak if you want. But okay, look, this is even on horseback, which is great when you see this. I would love you to have the full experience of this. But let's continue the video.
I remember that I was coming back after I was still in the mountains. I told her I was in their hut. No one believes that I'm calling them from this village. Everyone thinks that I left their hut and calling them from the road.
We Afghans are very happy and want to thank you guys for this happiness and thank you for sharing it with us.
Okay, so as I said, that is a taste of Georgia, and I would invite you to have the full experience with the video that you'll find on the wiki. I don't know, Sandro of Ucha, if you want to add something, including the name of the regions. I would be able to say it, but I will kill the Georgian accent here. So if you want to add the name of the region or say it for me, Pschali, but I'm not sure that it resembles a recipe in Georgia and not a region. So you better check yourself. With this, let's switch to the next speaker. And Vasilis, I certainly keep you because I would like you to react to some of the questions. Actually, one of them was, can we have an idea on how expensive it is? It's a very complex question because, yeah, it really depends on what you do. But I would like to come back on this if people want to have some ideas on what we're talking about. Carola, I would like to turn to you. With your background, I would like you to walk us through precisely. You got very social objective, but you got technical constraints. So how actually are you able to link both those constraints and challenges?
Thank you. Let me just say we're not quite as remote as the mountains in Georgia here in Lower Saxony in Germany. It is rural, but not quite as much. And the craziest thing the village we're working with has planned is to put 4 Wi-Fi routers on their church tower. So there's accessibility and connectivity in the whole village. The village has about 900 people, and they decided they wanted to go fully digital, and they came to us and said, can you help us? And we said, well, of course we can help you. And we're working together with them. And you didn't ask the other part of the question that I really wanted to answer, so I'll ask it myself. Can the technical aspects be successful without the social aspects, and the other way around? And this basically links to what Vasilis said earlier. No, you can't divide them. They need to work together. And you can have a really good working internet connection, but if nobody knows how to make use of it and how to take advantage of it, the possibilities are all lost. And so we established a network of volunteers in the village to support everyone and anyone with all questions connected to internet and connectivity. And this basically strengthens the village community on the web and off the web.
Thank you. So we touch upon this a little bit, but yes, your audio seems quite low, Carola. I believe you might tone up a little bit. But this is all about acceptance, actually, at local level, right? I mean, you need a community that in the complete buy-in of the community. So how would you succeed to have this?
Is my audio better now?
Perfect.
I tried to. Perfect. Okay, thank you. Yes, that's quite linked to the previous question. You need a strong network of community support and also ways to engage those who are not yet connected to the internet or who are skeptical, who are afraid to use the internet. So we established 3 solutions. We have a web page that is very easily accessible, and it's very easy to upload information and to access the information. So that's basically the place where the village can introduce itself and information can be made accessible for everybody. The second part is an app that everybody can download and that directly links to the web page. So all the information can be passed to everybody in the village, and they can also interact within the app. And for example, the mayor can put up information on street closures or garbage disposals. And also at the moment, the latest COVID-19 information can be easily passed on to everybody. And the last solution is that we will be putting up screens throughout the village, for example, in the village shop or in clubhouses where the latest information is also displayed. And this makes sure that everybody knows about the project and about the digital opportunities that this project has and that the village can provide. And the last one would be that what I said before, the training of multipliers, who are a voluntary group who are learning and who are providing the information to everybody in need.
Thank you, Carola. I mean, coming back to you, Vasilis, when you hear about what Carola is doing or saying that we need to have to really engage the community in opt-in buying, is it something that resonates with you as well?
Yes, definitely. And in our case, it would seem strange to some that, and I have to say that our case is about 11 villages in a rural area and about 3,500 people who are benefiting from the community network. So it might seem kind of strange that we have mostly older people engaging with the community networks and older farmers in fact. So how come they go into all this let's say trouble to learn about community networks and all that technology? And the answer was surprising to us as well. So what we found out was that these people were very eager to have their grandchildren with them, but their grandchildren were not eager to visit them because when they went to the village, they didn't have internet. So by actually working to bring internet to their village, what they achieved was that they also brought their grandchildren. And that was very striking in regards to the social impact and the social coherence that we can achieve with the work that we do.
Thank you very much. I'll come back to you in a few seconds, Carola, but it resonates with me, Gianluca, because I believe this is also the kind of challenges that you have up there in the mountains in your region, right?
Absolutely, Frederic. Actually, it's very, very similar. One of the main challenges we have in the smart villages test areas is to make people interested and aware of what they can do, and also have people participate in first person in the activities for what we call the smart transition of their areas. And most of the time, they might not trust each other very much to begin with, and they might not trust also the institutions to begin with, but slowly but surely they can move forward. And oftentimes, that's what Vasilis was mentioning before, also different generations work really well together in this moments. And we have seen this particularly over the last few months with the COVID pandemics, which has become also an opportunity for some of those areas to look into their own assets, into their own strength, and to self-organize and co-design their own services.
Nice. I'll come back to you on this later, Gianluca, but thank you for injecting this. But Carola, when I see that success like transgenerational kind of participation, how could you actually succeed to have different generation contributing to objective that might sound fairly technical? So what would be the best way here to get there?
Well, for us, we basically, I want to say 3 success factors. The first, for a pilot project, which we are, and we're definitely planning a transfer, and we have villages around us interested already. So I'm looking towards Vasilis. I think we should stay in touch because we're starting small, but we're getting bigger, and I think you're already there. But we started with a very digitally interested community. They didn't have mobile coverage, so they decided to join the German Freifunk, which is a free Wi-Fi initiative, and put up routers throughout the village. And it's in a valley, so mobile coverage might be an issue for many years to come. But if you're connected to the Wi-Fi, you can access the internet from the whole village. And the coverage in the village there's more routers are connected to the free Wi-Fi network in that 900 people village than there is in the next town over, which has 130,000 people. So I'll just let that think in: more routers per person in a 900 person village than in a 130,000 people town, which is pretty cool. So you need a place like that to start out. And then we felt that we need to know the people and the circumstances and the community. So don't be a stranger. And before COVID-19, we went there at least once or twice a month. We got to know the people and we got to know their needs for their digital village. And lastly, it's a total process of co-creation. We're developing everything together every step of the way. So we're empowering the village for their digital sovereignty. Basically, okay. That's it. And it works very successfully.
I'd like you to say a bit more about success factors for what it is that you're doing, for best practices. But before I get there, Carola, I'd like to take just time to answer. There are many questions on the chat, and I would like to start answering some of these. We have someone named after 523926 asking a question, which is a fairly fair question, actually. Why is there a cautious restraint in the definition of community network, rural, where there is no commercial case for telecoms? Well, you can read the question as much as I can, right? Why not as an internet network built and operated by communities anywhere in cities and villages, in the developing and developed world, in collaboration with communities around the world, operating on a fair networking model in tune with core internet values? I love that definitions. Vasilis, can you comment?
Yes, sure. In fact, there are community networks in big cities, and I already mentioned the example of the NYC Mesh community network in the heart of New York, in Manhattan, which spreads from rooftop to rooftop. And actually, if you want to address the problem with people remaining unconnected, you have to see it from various aspects. So in the Sarandaporo use case, the aspect is that we don't have telecoms operators operating there. So we had to do something about it. In the cities, perhaps it's a matter of affordability. Perhaps it's too expensive, people cannot afford. So people go on and build community networks to share resources. In fact, we do have such a community network in Athens, in Greece. It's called the Athens Wireless Metropolitan Network, which has grown very big through the years and has been one of the first, or perhaps the first in its size globally. It all comes down to actually seeing it as something that you participate in, as something that you engage in, rather than being just a consumer, consuming internet connectivity, right? So I believe that this is a valid question. This is something that we ask ourselves a lot, and we work together with other community networks as well. And it has its own dynamic. I mean, it's something that is a living process, and we'll see how this evolves.
Thank you, Vasilis. Max, I mean, I'd like to ask you, because you got this perspective at global level. Can you confirm that indeed CN is just not for rural areas only?
Exactly. Yes, Vasilis mentioned a New York City mesh, but we also have seen, for example, Toronto mesh. There are other community networks in other cities, and there the issue can be not only of affordability, so people who cannot afford to get like a commercial service, but also in terms of performance. Like if you read many of the stories from New York City Mesh, because and there I am involved a little bit more than in other cases, because I follow their Slack channels to understand their model. There are many people who join and suddenly they say, "Ooh, this is totally different from what I'm used to." Because in cities, you have the issue where some local exchanges could be congested, could have issues in capacity issues. So you might want to switch and join another effort because you believe in it and because you see there's a direct benefit in doing that. And also, yes, I see in the chat, there's Guifi is another example in Barcelona of a community network that also covers a city. So we have a series of very, very good examples around the world.
Thank you. Yeah, I discovered that. I was about to say hello to our friends from Catalonia and from Guifi, with whom we've done such great works. Thank you, Max. Let's continue with the question on the chat before I get back to you, Carola, if I may. What are the factors that limit the growth of CN? Technical, policy, social? Well, I would just say maybe all of the above. I read about a dozen very successful CNs, but rarely read about new ones. Who want to take this? Vasilis?
Yeah, well, it's difficult to create a community network. It takes time, and this is where where one should start from. One should be kind of, let's say, not have too high expectations regarding how fast that can grow and how wide it can spread. Especially the community networks have developed in the past few years, and it's not by mere chance. We live in a period where half of the world's population is connected. The other half is not. The regulators have created an environment for connectivity so that the companies might operate in their peak of their capacity to provide connectivity to all of the planet, actually. And what we face now is that even though this regulatory environment is in place, there is a kind of a peak, let's say. So we see that connecting the other half will not be easy. And this is the point where we see that community networks have started growing very faster than they used to. This is where people need to get involved and people need to get engaged with building their community networks. So my view is that there are new efforts, there are new community networks springing up, but it's not easy to start because it's a kind of a transitional phase, and we need to work towards building a more favorable environment, recognizing the work that community networks are doing, and providing them with the institutional, let's say, environment to help to assist spread even more this kind of work.
Thank you, Vasilis. I'd like to switch to some of the question I see from Toddy. And let me find it. Yes, Toddy asked whether we could just address also those initiatives that actually received some negative impact from communities. Max, could you take that one?
Yes. Well, my personal experience in the past is that there are communities. Well, to give a bit of perspective, I used to run an ISP in the north of Italy, and it operated like more than 10 years ago on some of the similar concept of going and covering areas that were not covered by ISPs back in the day, by the national ISP back in the days. And some communities would reject the idea, but this is something that we are trying to understand also from an ISOC perspective. And together, well, there are two examples. There's Vasilis here who is going to collaborate with us on that. What we have decided to do, and this, let me say, was also an idea that came from Frederick for this year of work, is to try to set up some guidelines and an assessment, a way to assess what the impact of a community network is on an area, on a region, in terms of the economy. I know there's I know Vasilis also suggested, as we're collaborating with them, to also get some anthropologists involved to also discuss the human effect of being connected to the internet. It's also true that if we think about it, like if you think about your daily activities, how important is the internet for you? Especially now, there have been lots and lots and lots of discussions about how impactful the internet has been, especially in the last few months where we have all had to work from our homes. So I think this might be also changing in the views of many people, but I don't have any direct experience yet to say how much this has been changing. So maybe Vasilis, who has more.
I shall take it from here, Max. Thank you. So, Toddy, I hope we answer part of your question. Actually, we because this is a good question. We will try to assess this as well. How communities might just resist to this, and as Max mentions, we're very excited that we will be launching soon an impact assessment of CN. I see time is running, and Carola, before I switch to Marit. And by the way, this elephant in the room that some of you already referred to, COVID-19, so that you warn, is a question that I will ask all of you at the end of these conversations to answer. What has this pandemic create as a dynamic for CN? And how do you see it? So you're ready for that question at the end. But in the meantime, Carola, I would like to recall that you nicely provide us with some documentation, some material about your initiative that, again, people might find in our bank on Wiki. But could you just tell us or give us your list of success factors, actually, that would just show us how you will assess this?
Yes, of course. Basically, I think it links in nice with the question for negativity, because we started out with a very digital positive community, and we do have people who are skeptical, but we're also going with the positive aspects, and we're always trying to show them the possibilities. And I like what Vasilis said about the farmers implementing community networking so that their families would come to visit. In Germany, it's a bit more like everybody needs to be able to WhatsApp or Skype to stay in touch. So we always have the positive factors of the internet at the front and try to engage people on a very low level. And the second, as I said before, the good internet connectivity due to the community networking with the Freifunk initiative. And then a strong cooperation from all the players in the community and in the village and all the project partners. And we're really doing a bottoms-up approach, because we're working with the village and with our partners very closely together. And we're always taking a step back and then going forward again and really questioning what we're doing and getting feedback from everybody every step of the way. So I think that sums it up pretty nicely.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for this. I'll get back if we got some times, Carola, because I find this is an extraordinary experience that you're sharing here. Switching to you, Marit. As I said, you know, working with Ethno and the big telecoms in Europe, you also have this experience from the past. How do you measure now your business model, the commercial business model of telecoms and remote area inclusion? How does it work together?
Yes, thank you, Frederick. So indeed, quite an interesting discussion, and I would like to think that also the telecoms operators, let's say, perspective has changed and evolved over the last 10 years in this respect. And as probably in most of your countries as well, but certainly here in Brussels, inclusion is a very topical policy priority, and I think it's only been heightened by the COVID crisis, of course. And we as ETNO are very much adhering to the inclusion as a priority, and also, frankly, to citizen centricity, so that we should be providing services that are taking care of the citizen needs and wants as well. Now, the ETNO then, I mean, we, of course, I mean, I'm not sure I said in the beginning, but we represent about 70% of all infrastructure investment in Europe. So that is, well, it's a privilege, but it's also a responsibility, because of course that gives us the opportunity to scale activities and to make an impact in terms of inclusion on a European scale, if you like. However, then the business case issue was already discussed, and that's the limitation as we are commercial operators. And so we need to look into different ways and different models of doing things. And I think in terms of bridging the gap, how do we make sure that the connectivity that everybody needs in Europe today, it's a necessity. How do we make sure that we can then also use our big companies to expand the networks into remote areas? And I think then there we have the policy questions popping up. So we, you know, the EU certainly, but many also other countries already have policy tools in place addressing this issue. And tools include public funding, it could be state aid, universal service obligations, and other things. Also digital literacy programs, I think, are very important in terms of stimulating demand. So we need to kind of work together to make all of this work. And also from ETNO members' side, so beyond the kind of policy framework, our members are also taking proactive means to address the gap, if you like, in terms of remote area connectivity. So in Italy, for one, Tim, our member, and also in Portugal, Altis, have quite large digital education programs specifically addressing also rural needs and people in the rural areas. So I think we are trying to bridge the gap, and I think that telecommunication operators certainly are playing a role, of course, in this equation in general.
Thank you, Marit. You open a big Pandora box addressing policy issues and the policy environments. I see many questions on the chat right now from Deborah, but also from Henriette. You write, they are an environment which might not be favorable to community networks. Licensing, Henriette, you write, is one of those. If you just ask, and I know all the panelists here will agree with this. If you ask just a small community to pay the same fee that any telecom operators would just have to, you would kill it immediately. So what is the best environment for you from a policy perspective, Marit? And do you believe that we have, at least in Europe, such a good environment?
Well, so as I said, some of the tools already exist. I don't think they have been sufficient. And in some cases, they haven't been effective, frankly. So, and in some cases, we as operators, we have well supported them. In other cases, not, because we don't see them as effective. But I think there's certainly room for more better policies and a better policy environment. And I think whether it's a community network or a large telecom operator, we also have similar needs in many ways. So, for example, cost of deployment is still very high, even for us as big operators. And that's one of the reasons why we're not rolling out the new high capacity networks as quickly as we could be rolling them out. And one of the key issues here, the cost items, I mean, I think there was a couple of them mentioned in the chat. Licenses, so spectrum licenses are extremely expensive. We're talking millions and billions here. Local permits. So when we go into remote and rural areas, it's often a local government responsibility, in fact, to give access to sites, etc. And you have to pay sometimes. And also there are administrative processes involved, which means that there's a time lag. And also there are all kinds of taxes and fees that operators are subject to. And so there are barriers still. And I think also we should be looking into promoting business models, voluntary business models that would enable us to deploy networks more effectively. So, for example, network sharing, voluntary network sharing. this is becoming a very interesting topic now, and this could mean active network sharing or physical infrastructure sharing, or even perhaps spectrum sharing, but to make sure that we use the resources that we have in the most effective way. And I think also, especially when we talk about physical infrastructure sharing and network sharing, this is also very topical at the moment in terms of the ecological considerations, because we don't want to be building many duplicating networks and wasting our environmental, let's say from the environmental perspective, wasting our resources. So those are some of the things that I'd like to raise on the supply side. Now on the demand side, I think that governments can play a big role as well there. So we are seeing as well that in terms of this crisis, so data traffic went up a lot, but many SMEs especially were not prepared to the COVID crisis. So in fact, they were not either digitized or they didn't have the skills perhaps. So basically the business operations pretty much halted. So we need to make sure that also governments have programs, maybe it's funding for SMEs, maybe it's educational programs, to make sure that our kind of grassroots businesses are in a position to use the networks. Similarly, public administrations. So we had issues whereby hospitals were not coping with the crisis very well, whereas we asked the question, well, had there been much more digitization, maybe remote diagnosis and things like that could have helped also with the COVID crisis. So we need to make sure that we digitize as well. And I think this will then feed into the ecosystem and will increase the demand, both for large operators, but also for community networks.
Thank you, Marit. Thank you. I mean, spot on. And you're opening so many questions right now that I will have to manage a lot more questions about this policy environment. Some of them I would like to keep for the end of the conversations, because yes, one of the questions, and this is you, Deborah, that I wanted to ask, will you see or have you seen some move from government to support some of what you're saying, Marit, much more support for SMEs or much more support for local engagement or community networks? Did we or you see in your respective regions and in your respective capacity a move from government since COVID? Let's keep this for the end of the conversations. Let me switch to you, Max. I'd like you actually, well, I believe I know some of the answer, but I'd like you to walk us through ISOC perspective here. What it is that the Internet Society does into this field? Why is it important for the Internet Society? And what is the overall goal, Max?
So our goal is, of course, to see community networks develop and be sustainable as much as possible across the world. And our effort works in pretty much all the regions. We go from South America, where we have recently seen a very good coverage of the help we've done with community network in El Cuy. In Patagonia, there is North America with a lot of work being done in the indigenous communities part of the country, of the US and Canada. There's a lot also being done in Africa. Vasilis mentioned Zenzeleni, but there is Bosco in Uganda, and there are many other community networks running, and also in Asia and Pacific. But surprisingly, we are also looking into opportunities in the Middle East, where things are also changing a bit, like things that we would have not expected until recently, where there are now opportunities to also run community networks there. Although there's a lot of policy work that needs to be done beforehand. And this is also to link to one of the questions about that I saw in the chat about policy, because the policies in Europe and North America are welcoming for community networks, not everywhere, but in general, they are fairly okay. But in other parts of the world, there's still a lot of work. And in this, there is our colleague Juan, who is also here listening to us, who is doing a great work there with all the different countries and communities. We are helping a lot of also new efforts. We have a long list that we can provide you, but I'll leave more for later.
Well, not for much later, actually, Max, because I got another question for you. We've talked about the different ingredients and challenges, and from your perspective, from an ISOC perspective, this global perspective, what do you see as the main ingredients for a successful CN, and what, in your opinion, might just be the main challenges?
So the main ingredients are, one of the aspects that we have considered are the fact that you need someone to lead. You need some leadership. You need a strong group that decides that things need to be done. And actually, we have a good example here on the panel. We have Vasilis, but we also have Ucha as another example. You need those who really want to get things done. And that is one of the main components that we have seen. How can we help this? Training is capacity building in general is one of the most important aspects. I've also seen a link being shared here by Marco Zennaro, who also does a lot of work in the field, where there are guides, there are lots of courses available out there, and there we are trying to help people get to these courses. We had a big plan for training for this year that we would have liked to do on the field, and of course it's not going to be possible. So we're still trying to figure out how this can be done in an effective way remotely, and that is what we are trying to achieve for the rest of the year. So working on trying to get more training available, more capacity building in a world that has changed.
Thank you very much, Max. I mean, again, much to say. I see the chat continues with many good comments. I'd like to switch to the next panelist, and that would be you, Tom. And the first time I heard you, I was a bit surprised by the angles, and actually I feel it's really useful what you're going to tell us. And it is about IoT and community networks. So tell us more about that. I mean, why should CN, in your opinion, actually suddenly focus on the Internet of Things? Could you say a few words about this?
Yes, this is actually a story about implementing a bottom-up. We had a bottom-up term in our title. Crowdsourced Internet of Things ecosystem over community networks. It seems something like really a bit off the last discussion we had here, because I presume that we have community networks that simply work, and they have their users, their services. And in order to guarantee something more cutting edge technology, or even support for all these hashtags, IoT, precision agriculture, smart everything, there is really a shortcut how to use community networks, not only for covering rural or remote areas, but even cities. So I will switch to my presentation, which is a short video. I will stop screen sharing from, let me see if, okay, yes, it will do somehow, I suppose.
Nice. Thank you.
To see if the stream is going on. If I can find my.
Perfect.
Okay, this will do. So this is a story about IoT, IoT community based on the project from Amsterdam, started a couple of years ago. But let me first define IoT. IoT is a very, very large thing, and put into the context of the community network idea. So you certainly read about many predictions of the exponential growth of Internet of Things. Now in 2020, we should already achieved, I think, 50 billion connected devices, according to Gartner. And this, of course, is fueled by IoT industry and the communication networks operators, offering their controlled solution through proprietary infrastructures, for example, and counting on the big return on investment. Of course, this will be an even huger gap between deprived geographical areas and even not so popular cities on the other side. So that will be the IoT as is pictured by IoT industry and operators. It's something a bit exclusive. So the situation, the current offerings, the current solution brings us to the situation that the owner of the services decides what can we do with the service, what network protocols we will use, whether or what kind of encryption can we use, whether we can stand anonymous with our sensor networks, and even how private is our data. We all know about stories how, for example, the automatic home vacuum cleaner data was synced in some Taiwan or cloud servers, and the data was then later resell to the other, I don't know, carpet shops and things like this. So now imagine a commons-based infrastructure that allows you to self-manage the infrastructure collectively. So first of all, we need to choose the most appropriate radio communication technology to connect devices to the infrastructure. But the point is that we all know old and proven wireless and mobile technologies. So we can connect our devices, for example, soil humidity sensor in our garden in order to monitor irrigation system with Wi-Fi. But how about if you have a vineyard about 10 kilometers from the nearest house? Wi-Fi is out of range, so you will probably opt for mobile, and of course you will pay some kind of data plan, and even this can be a problem because coverage in remote areas with the mobile data is something always questionable. And the other point is that the sensor using mobile radio, mobile interface to the infrastructure is very power hungry. You know, your cell phone, you need to charge every evening. So if you do something extremely good engineered, you will still have all solar panels, big batteries, something really bulky in the middle of your vineyard. So it is not the point. So we could only choose between ZigBee, which is the protocol used for home automation, Wi-Fi, we already know, Bluetooth maybe for the distances up to 20 meters, and that's it. So there is absolutely no suitable telecommunication protocol, so radio protocol, in order to support wireless devices. So a couple of years ago, industry started to develop so-called low power wide area networks, LP1, and that was the NB-IoT, so narrowband Internet of Things protocol, Sigfox and LoRa, and a couple of protocols like this. So NB-IoT was an extension of communication protocols of mobile operators. Low power, energy, really suitable for the devices, but it requires SIM card or some kind of data plan with your provider. Sigfox is another closed LP1 solution, very useful, but the network is completely proprietary. And there is a LoRa. LoRa actually is the only low power wide area network developed by an open community based on open standard. And the LoRaWAN is the protocol, internet protocol, basically some kind of internet protocol, level 3 over the LoRa radio layer. So this was like chatty tech stuff, but let me introduce how this thing actually work. So you need a device called gateway, which is something like an access point of Wi-Fi, but much more capable to connect devices up to, theoretically, the number is very high, but let's think it could manage 10,000 devices per gateway. And the coverage can reach about 3 to 6 kilometers in the urban area, and about 20 to 25 kilometers in rural area. So for covering, to cover Amsterdam, the guys that initially had 6 gateways, later on 10. And for covering my region here, urban part, we had some backup resources. We have 3. And there is absolutely no problem to reach them from the cellar of the buildings. So this was. Let me see if this start again. So first of all, we started with the guys from Nova Gorica VLAN community. They have about 400 free access 400 Wi-Fi access points all over the city and the nearby cities. And we just connected gateways to the infrastructure they already had in place. So the single gateway covers the Italian part of city Gorizia, because Nova Gorica is the city cut in half. This is the view towards Italy. For covering remote areas, we partnered with the ham radio operators, with the radio amateur networks around. So we put the gateways on the mountaintop locations with a good view. This one has an excellent view till Venice from time to time. On a clear winter day, you can really see the San Marco Tower. Actually, the radio amateur network is a bunch of the high-speed Wi-Fi connections, just like in Georgia, the same story. We put another one on the restaurant in the ski resort. And all this thing is put together by volunteers, members of the community. Later on, you need to map.
Tom, I will have, unfortunately, I realize that I still need to manage one more speaker after you. So I will have, unfortunately, it's horrible because when we start talking about this, I want to know more because it's an extraordinary, and as Vasily says, Laurent, it's really the protocol that might be best associated to CN. And I know that normally you explain this, but more, you know, deeper
yes,
way.
I will just cut.
So we won't have time. We will need to come up to the bottom line. Then I'll introduce the
I
next.
will just reconnect to the social part of this. So this is the how to solve the chicken egg problem. So you will need infrastructure to put some use case into life, but without infrastructure, you will not have use case. So you better put together the network with the use cases in mind directly. So this is the use case for a startup that they actually had to monitor underground level for a couple of months in a valley with absolutely no connection. I think it would be a problem with the satellite connection also. So we just managed to put this. This is the initial part we had, how to measure agricultural parameters from areas with no coverage at all. And this actually converted into commercial project at the end. And this is a kind of thing that could gain resilience to the community networks, because something can be easily used like a revenue source for community networks.
And that is my favorite one, by the way. You can really connect pretty well whatever you want, including, as you've seen, animals, and that is very useful. I will have to. I'm sorry. I will have to.
Yeah.
I will really invite people to really check this, including your videos that you will find on the wiki. Thanks a million, Tom, and I apologize.
Thank you.
To you. Because I'd like to finish this conversation with you, Gianluca, who has been patient enough to wait until the end to walk us through the mountains in Italy with this smart villages approach. And I would like to hear from you, and I won't interrupt you for the next coming 5 minutes, I promise. Community networks, smart villages, please just talk about this.
Yeah, thank you very much, Frederic. I've been enjoying the panel very much, so thanks to everybody who's taken part so far. It's a bit more than mountains in Italy because the Smart Villages is an alpine space project. So basically we work from France to Slovenia. We have 12 test areas ranging from the French Alps to Pomorje in the easternmost part of Slovenia. Basically, when we started the project, which is incidentally also supported by the macro-regional strategy for the Alps, EuSALP, in particular for Action Group 5, we asked ourselves whether the concept of smart city, in which, for example, the city of Milan prides itself, had something to teach also to marginal, remote, mountain, rural areas, or the bad adjectives we use for the mountains, marginal, depopulated, and so on. So what we did was to invite our partners coming from the villages from France to Slovenia to that little mountain village of Milan in the middle of the city on the top of a skyscraper where everybody could at least see the Alps. And we sat together and said, how do we measure smartness in a village? Because the literature about smart cities says that we have to consider 6 dimensions of smartness and 100 indicators. Are those 6 dimensions okay for villages? Those are smart economy, smart environment, smart governance, smart mobility, smart living, and smart people. Those dimensions actually cover all the interesting aspects also of community networks, the regulatory aspect, the technical aspect, the social aspect, the economical aspect. So we started our meeting with our people coming from villages with 96 indicators, and we finished it with 24 that were really decided by our mountain communities. those 24 indicators now are part of a smartness assessment procedure for the mountains that is available online and has been used by our rural and mountain communities to assess their own smartness and to create for themselves some aims and some objectives for a smart transition. And actually, we have involved the local communities by organizing regional stakeholder groups in those test areas. Those regional stakeholder groups sit together. They are made by public administrations, private businesses, NGOs, citizens organizations, and they follow a procedure in which they envision their future together. This is one of the variously available models. It's called the Oregon models. They sit together and say, where are we now? Where are we going if nothing changes? Where do we want to be instead? How do we get there? Especially making use of available technologies, of course. And after that, they say, okay, are we actually getting there or not? Monitoring the process. And the smart villages approach is very similar to something that Carola and Vasily and also Marit were talking about, involving the local population in co-designing the future by making use of the available technologies. Of course, not everything is feasible. When envisioning the future, one should always bear in mind three main principles. Something must be desirable, maybe desirable by the community. Something must be feasible, even technologically feasible, and something must be viable from an economical point of view. So with those three principles in mind, then the envisioning process might begin. The villages might assess their own smartness, create their own objectives, and start working towards them. And I must say, I've been very, very positively surprised by the results of the project so far, in which we have seen little villages from Italy to France to Germany to Slovenia actually started their own smart transition and started disseminating about their good practices to other areas of mountain areas in Europe.
Gianluca, I will add a question actually. This smart ecosystem, does it add complexity to what we've heard so far when talking about community network? Does it add complexity in trying to have a bottom-up approach, engaging people? Does it add complexity at technical level? Does it add complexity in the environment that you need to address the challenges? Is there something that comes on top of community network?
Well, you have to consider all those aspects when you sit down with the regional stakeholders or people who have to take the decisions. So you have to consider the economical aspect, the environmental aspect, the social aspect, and you have to be really clear and really close, and you have to speak their language of the local population on that. And most of all, especially when you exchange good practices or actions or recipes for smartness, you have to be extremely careful of the regulatory approach, which is different from in the different countries, even within the European Union. And also, since we have also Swiss partners, it's completely different, for example, in the environment of Switzerland. The thing is, we have created a wider context in which all those dimensions are taken into account. But we didn't want to have just this top-down research academic approach. We sat down with the local population and saw whether the methodological research approach was actually working for them. And to a certain extent, it was. And to another extent, it wasn't at all. So we had to start from scratch, thanks to the input coming from local people. And something one should never take for granted is the use of English with local population, because most of the material is available just in English from from the literature or from the good practice or from whatever. And most of the people in local areas, this is especially true, but not exclusively true in Italy and France and Austria, do not speak English and need an interpretation of all the materials. That's something that is always overlooked, but it is quite fundamental.
It is, Gianluca. Thank you for spotting this. We're really coming to the end. I would have loved to walk all of you through a lot of questions about COVID and the lesson learned, but I believe we won't have time. We'll address this already, hopefully. I'm turning to the reporters. I guess you guys have now a tough job, and that is to come up with some bullets, if I understand, and submit it to the crowd, right?
Yes, exactly. Can you hear me and see me correctly? Yeah, okay, perfect. As you said, just to introduce myself very, very briefly, because I don't want to take much more time. I'm Marco Lotti, I'm with the Geneva Internet Platform. I'm writing a report for this session, and the full report will be available on Monday on the Geneva Internet Platform website. I will also indicate the link. Now, as you said, I also had the challenging job of summing up the whole discussion and the interventions of the speakers into 3 main bullet points that will constitute the takeaways, the messages from this session. I believe that I've included them already in the slides, so if they can also be shown, I will read them out for you. Just a reminder that also the messages will be available for additional comments on the EuroDIG platform for you, the moderator, and the speakers. So this moment is just to see if there is a rough consensus about what has been written. Let's go to the first message. If you have any objections, please feel free to write them in the chat. To establish community networks, it's crucial to build digital capacity, both in terms of installing and maintenance of technical infrastructure, and in terms of developing these digital literacy programs that ensure users' meaningful participation to the internet. Let's see if there are any edits or any strong objections to this first message.
Perhaps what is not reflected in this message is the engagement of the local communities in the governance of the community network. So it somehow has to be reflected, because a community network always involves active participation. So somehow there should be something there that hints to that.
In the other 2 messages, I think I've reflected this element. So I would say, what about if I read the other 2? And if you feel that this element is still missing, of course, I will reflect it so in the first message as well. So
let's do it. Yeah.
Yes, thank you for the comment. Yes, there is a comment in the chat that we also have to include the point that was raised, I think, by the last speaker, Gianluca, about the need of putting local language keeping local language into consideration. So maybe I don't think I've included this, but I can include it in the messages. The second message. There are many existing challenges in establishing community networks on the regulation, on the funding, and the connectivity side, just to name a few. However, the technical aspects go hand in hand with a strong network of community support. Both the technology and the sense of community are crucial elements to ensure the success of the community networks. And in the third message, there will be a little bit more about including the community in the participative process. I'm just looking quickly at the chat to see if there are any strong objections. Okay, there are some comments on the governance side. If we can move to the third message. On the human side, communities' trust towards and participation in the networks are a tangible challenge. When establishing a new network, it is important to rely to the common knowledge of existing community networks. However, each process is different. In the creation phase, it is crucial to involve the members of the community in the process so as to develop community-tailored solutions. Showing the benefits of the network for the community members and obtaining community participation at every step of the process are some of the solutions. I believe this last point touches on the comment that was raised before, but please feel free to let me know if any aspect is missing.
May
Yeah,
I
please
ask a question? So I have the feeling that it's not as strong as it should be in terms of owning the infrastructure. Okay. So community networks do have a very strong, let's say, part of owning and deciding for themselves on how they want to deploy, expand, maintain the infrastructure. And in the phrasing, the way the phrasing is done here, it does not reflect so much that it's such an engagement from the community. So I could propose some different phrasing, perhaps not right now, but on the follow-up phase.
Yes.
On that.
I would suggest.
Yeah. Thank you very much for the comment. I will also rephrase it slightly immediately after the session because now we are running out of time. And as said, this comment will be, these messages will be emailed to you by the end of the week by EuroDIG Secretariat. And if you still feel like this strong element of the community is not there, you can at any time comment and edit directly on the platform.
Thank you. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Thank you, Marco. As I said, not an easy job, but I believe indeed you reflect most of what we're saying. But I agree with Vasilis that what we like to see is this is an internet for the people, by the people, and there is this sense of a community owning the project that we all share in this room. But we will come back to you. But honestly, nice job. Not an easy job. There were very dense conversations, and I would like all of us to thank this wonderful panel. This is a great work in 90 minutes to, I hope, give you a better grasp of what community network is. So stay tuned because there will be much more of this in the coming days, months, and years. Thank you very much for this. Thank you again, the studio, for helping us having these conversations, and see you soon on the internet and hopefully in reality. Bye. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Frederick, for doing a wonderful job.
This is the
Sandro.
studio closing
And
the
Roberto.
session. I would like to thank the moderator and for the great management of the session. I would like to apologize for a couple of glitches from my technical side. And talking about, just want to mention one quick thing, since we are talking about translation, local languages, and so on, I would like to remind you that in the afternoon, we will have a session that, although the main title is Universal Acceptance, is going to talk about also multilingualism in the internet. And there's going to be the experience also among other experiences of the folks that are supporting the use of Friulian language on the internet. And this is one of the local languages that are spoken by a minority in this region. May I also remind you that you can continue this excellent conversation in the forum. You can access the forum from the main screen where you connected today. Thank you, everybody, and bye.
Ciao, Roberto. Thank you. Bye-bye, everybody.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Can we start?
I think we should wait 2 more minutes up to 2:30, so we get started on time for some latecomers.
So who will be unmuting? Hello, Marco.
Hello, Noreen.
Who will be unmuting speakers? You or they themselves?
The speakers can unmute themselves.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
I will give a short introduction at the beginning, and then I'll give the word to you, okay?
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you. Okay, good afternoon and welcome to workshop 10 on how to turn challenges into opportunities for education transformation. My name is Marco Zannaro. I'm the studio host here from Trieste, from the International Center for Theoretical Physics, and I'm really looking forward to this session. As you know, ICTP is an academic institution. We normally have 6,000 people visiting us every year from all over the world. And due to the COVID emergency, we had to turn our activities on online activities. So I really want to learn from you on how to turn these challenges into opportunities. Before giving the stage to the moderators, just let me tell you the code of conduct, the rules of the house. So when entering the room, please state your full name. So you can rename yourself in Zoom so we know your exact name. If you want to ask a question, please raise your hand using the Zoom function to ask questions. Stay muted until the floor is given to you, so we don't have additional people talking at the same time. And when speaking, switch on the video so we see your face and state your name and affiliation. Please do not share the links to the Zoom meetings, not even with your colleagues. And after this short introduction, please, Noreen, the floor is yours to introduce the session.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us for the EuroDIG workshop, How to Turn Challenges into Opportunities for Education Transformation. Today, Wout de Natris and I will moderate the session. Wout de Natris is an independent expert based in the Netherlands. He specialized in national and international cooperation on spam enforcement and cybercrime. I represent Safer Internet Armenia. Welcome everyone to our discussion. Before we present the panelists, I would like to briefly speak about the topic of today's discussion, digital policies and educational strategies that are helping people to become more prepared and equipped in times of global COVID-19 crisis. COVID-19 has necessitated of moving teaching and learning online at an unprecedented scale. The global health crisis has caused more than 1.6 billion children and youth, as well as 60 million teachers to be out of school in more than 190 countries. The global lockdown of educational institutions has caused major and uneven interruption in students' learning. UNESCO has recently published data demonstrating a negative impact the school closures are having on students' learning outcomes. Though the use of distance learning programs or open educational resources can mitigate the disruption of education, they also can intensify other problems such as hacking or cybercrime. Unequal access to educational resources, limitations of copyright, especially when libraries are closed, have increased the difficulty of keeping up with distance learning. Today, we will try to explore what impact the COVID-19 crisis has had on education in Europe and what can be the consequences for the affected institutions, educational community, and the public at large. I'm delighted to introduce our key participants. We have a fantastic panel today with us. Joanna Kulesza, a professor of law who is teaching international law, internet governance and media law in the University of Lodz in Poland. Tito de Moraes, the founder of Kids Safe on the Net in Portugal. Janice Richardson, author of books on digital citizenship and founding member of several networks on literacy-related topics, including InSafe and Enable. And in the second part of the session, we will be discussing best practices from a number of European countries with Anastas Mishev, professor from the Faculty of Computer Science and Engineering in Skopje, Ida van Praag, social media coach from the Netherlands, Oliana Sula, university lecturer in Albania, and Anna Borkowska from NASK, Poland. Let me also introduce Adriana Gavrilovic from Geneva Internet Platform, who will be preparing a report for us and messages to be agreed upon at the concluding part of our session. All session reports together will form the messages of 2020 to be forwarded to the UNIGF and distributed among key institutions in Europe. And for the first question, which I would like to direct to each of the key participants, Joanna, Tito, and Janice, will the digital transformation in education sector worsen inequality and polarization in our society?
I think Joanna will go first, right?
I'm happy to do that, Tito. Thank you. Noreen, just to be brief, because we have a packed agenda, I indeed am hopeful of this digital transformation to be here to stay. I'm looking forward to this session, and I hope we will be right in predicting the positive outcomes of this challenging time. So I'm looking forward to the discussion. Thank you for having us on board. Tito, the floor is yours. Thank you.
First of all, let me unmute myself. I would like to thank Marine for her question, but before answering, I would like to thank Rui Davis for the invitation to be part of this EuroDIG session. Thank you also, Marine, for all the preparatory work so that we can be here today discussing these important topics. And let me also greet my fellow key participants and the speakers that will follow. And greetings also to Marco, our host. And let me point also out that today is World Day Against Child Labor, and education is a great tool, if not the best tool, against child labor. And I believe now it's Jenny's turns. Is that right?
Janice Richardson, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Hello. Sorry, I wasn't unmuted. So, Janice Richardson, yes, I'm really happy to be here amongst all of the remote participants of EuroDIG. I'm not sure if you want us immediately to respond to your question, Noreen, or just introduce ourselves very briefly beforehand.
You can introduce yourself, Janice, and pass to the question.
Okay, so I have a very long, almost half a century experience in education, and the last 35 to 40 years in digital education. And I'm really very sad to say that I don't believe that there has been a transformation in education yet. I think that this recent period of confinement has actually shown that schools are unable to leapfrog into the transformation that we're expecting from them. I did send a slide. I'm not sure if you're showing that slide. But we see that about 1 in 18 primary school students actually have access to technology at school, and 1 in 7 or 8 secondary students. So how could they have prepared for the transformation? Secondly, teachers. In fact, countries like France report that 4 or 5% of teachers just simply disappeared from the radar, never to be seen again, and hopefully they'll turn back up in the classroom. Thirdly, figures from Germany show that it wasn't actually the parents or the teachers who were helping children during this remote learning period. 27% of children in Germany say that they got their instructional guidance from schools, and only much less than 20% actually from families. So I think that what we really need to do is totally modify the pedagogical processes if we are going to recognize and be part of this transformation in school education. We need to modify the way teachers teach. We need to modify the way we train teachers. We also need to look at the tools and the relationship that schools and teachers have with industry. So for me, until we have these three things, and until we really stop people working in their silos and get them to work together in a multi-stakeholder approach, we are not going to see a sustainable transformation, which means for me that almost 1 in 4 children are simply not going to have a quality of opportunities to learn. Thanks, Noreen.
Thank you very much, Janice, for pointing to those important points. Now we see your presentation on the screen. Statistics, 1 in 3 in primary school students and 1 in 2 students attend highly digitally equipped schools. Students experience with stage-based learning, professional development opportunities. So we see from this slide that for some families, especially for parents with limited education, it has been challenging to keep up with the learning or to keep up with prepared to leapfrog into remote learning. So maybe we could listen now to Joanna Kulesza about has the digital transformation in this education sector worsened?
Thank you, Noreen. Again, thank you for the introduction. I'm a born optimist, so I like to seek out opportunities in every challenge. I like the topic of this session, and I appreciate the opportunity to set the stage, so to speak. So bear with me, starting off with a more general look at the framework I would like us to refer to, looking at opportunities that this global pandemic has brought upon us. If I could have the next slide, please. One of the hats that I wear is being involved with the European Union's Fundamental Rights Agency. I particularly appreciate the fact that we have experts here who have worked with the Council of Europe, who have done a wonderful work looking at literacy opportunities that they bring especially to the younger members of society. Being involved with the Council of Europe, I also look at the work that is being done with the Fundamental Rights Agency. Please note that the agency has been quite quick to react to the pandemic, providing a series of bulletins. Those bulletins focus on challenges that the global pandemic has brought upon us in the context of protecting fundamental rights, to which in the international context we refer to as human rights. If I could have the next slide, please. These bulletins look at 4 areas that were particularly impacted by the global pandemic. You can see those 4 areas here. The first impact would be on the restrictions we experience in everyday life. That is something that impacts the youth as well, particularly when it comes to the right to enjoy freedom of movement, for example, which I will refer to at the end of this presentation. I would like us to focus on the second group. There is a specific impact on particular groups of society, and this would be next to the elderly that you can see here on the graphic, would be the youth. Their right to benefit from fundamental rights that have been granted to them in EU and in international law is limited. And that is what I would like us to focus on at the beginning of this discussion. You can see here that there are other issues that have been provoked by the global pandemic. We are witnessing a new wave of disinformation when it comes to coronavirus. We're witnessing a new trend of discrimination that is focused on those, for example, of Asian origin. This particular focus on disinformation and privacy is of specific concern, and I know that we'll address security or cybersecurity issues in this panel as well. If I could have the next slide, please. I would like us to focus on one specific aspect of this pandemic and one specific right. That is the right to education. Now, the right to education proved particularly challenging in the time of the pandemic. All of a sudden, we moved online. All the kids were assumed to have a laptop computer that they could use and a sufficiently quick internet access. This proved not to be the case in a majority of cases when we look at the global landscape. We will go into details during this session, so I'm just going to use this general reference as a point of departure. International law, European law, grants youth the right to education. This right to education needs to be provided by the state by taking active measures, and it needs to be non-discriminatory. We need to educate all the youth. Those who have a computer and those who do not, those who have a quick internet access and those who do not. If they do not enjoy those benefits of quick internet access, the state needs to take active measures to make sure that the right to education is granted to every youth that has the right to enjoy it. If we could move to the next slide, please. The silver lining I see in the pandemic is an enhanced discussion on the right to internet access. All of a sudden, we find ourselves in a world where the right to internet access is fundamental for the enjoyment of a well-established right to education. If you're locked down in your house, you cannot go out. You cannot get access to education if you do not have the right to internet access. Now, EuroDIG is a specifically welcoming ground to have this discussion. We have had panels at EuroDIG on the right to internet access. And we've had governmental representatives telling civil society activists, well, we're not really there yet. We don't know what it is. We don't know what it means. Well, here's the global pandemic. If you don't have internet access, you cannot enjoy other rights. We couldn't have a better proof of how fundamental the right to internet access is than these challenging, globally challenging times. If I could have the final slide, please. Now, this is just a heads up that as much as us academics, old internet users have been discussing this issue over and over again, the youth are well aware of it, and they know where to knock to make the grown-ups aware. This is just a case example of a young gentleman in Poland, 17-year-old, a high school student, alarming the UN Human Rights Council about the situation in Poland. He's evoking his restriction on mobility that was imposed by the government, he alleges unrightfully. He also indicates his limited ability to prepare for the maturity test that he was to pass just these past few days. His right to education was effectively restricted, limited by the global pandemic and the insufficient measures that were taken by the Polish state, he argues, in making sure that that right can be enjoyed by all youth in the country equally. I'm going to stop here. I wanted to set the stage for discussion in the context of availability of resources of the right to internet access. I appreciate the opportunity to intervene again later on the agenda, and I look very much forward to the discussion and the questions. Thank you, Noreen.
Thank you very much, John, for particularly emphasizing the principle of non-discrimination in the context of digital divide. Indeed, we have seen that many kids were discriminated against with regard to their right to education as a limited internet access. And COVID-19 pandemic has exposed that many countries have very systems. Negative impacts of lockdown were felt disproportionately by children from poor and from families, children with disabilities. So less prosperous and less digitally equipped families are more likely to have their children left behind when classes become online. Some households do not have access to broadband networks or can't afford service, being cut from the education opportunities. And that is very interesting to listen to Titu about his particular experience in Portugal.
Thank you, Noreen. Actually, I think that the pandemic we're currently living is showing us that the digital transformation in the education sector hasn't really happened yet, and is urgently needed to become a reality, exactly to avoid the worsening of inequalities and polarization in our society. Let me make my case. In Portugal, the suspension of the physical attended classes was announced on a Thursday, March 12th. From Monday 16th, all classes were taught online. So we had basically the weekend to prepare. Teachers had the weekend to prepare. And the state of emergency was declared on Saturday, March the 18th, during the weekend. As a result, many teachers and students were caught without computers or tablets and internet connections to follow their classes. namely some 7,000 children at risk or in danger, around 80% of which are school-age children, living in the 450 residential care homes that exist across the country, were caught in these situations. Many had smartphones, but not the data packages that allow to follow their classes, and smartphones are not the best devices to teach you or to learn online. Most of these residential care homes don't have the devices to provide their residents to follow their classes. And the same thing happened in some family settings, with parents working remotely and children learning online. There simply weren't enough computers and tablets to go around in most families, let's be honest. In order to minimize these impacts, the Portuguese civil society mobilized itself. We saw citizens creating Facebook groups to gather, repair, and deliver refurbished computers to children in need. Municipalities and counties stepped up and purchased and distributed computers and tablets to children that didn't have them. I personally was involved in a project with the Internet Society Portuguese chapter that you can visit at sosdigital.pt that crowdfunded computers to children in residential care homes. Realizing the problem after the Easter break, the Ministry of Education launched classes on TV for students from grades 1 to 9th. But most of them resorted to Zoom video conferences classes. The realization of this situation made evident and apparent that the digital exclusion is a reality in Portugal, not just in underdeveloped countries, as some might have thought. The right to education, as Joanna mentioned, a fundamental right, is at stake. And we should not forget the right to education is Article 26 of the Declaration of Human Rights, is Article 28 of the Convention of the Rights of the Child, Article 14 of the European Union Charter of Fundamental Rights. So the right to education is a fundamental right and is at stake because there are other things that are not happening. But other rights of the convention were also at stake because of this situation, namely Article 13, the right to freedom of expression, Article 15, the right to freedom of association, Article 17, the right to access information, and last but not least, the right to play, Article 31. Summarizing, without one computer or tablet per child and an internet connection, the most fundamental rights of children are at risk. As we speak, most children are still learning remotely. As we speak, despite the many ways we try to minimize this impact, there are still children with these rights at risk. If we don't act quickly, we'll only be deepening the digital divide that already exists. We'll deepen the digital exclusion, inequalities, and polarization in our society. That's why we need to make universal ownership of a computer or tablet and access to the internet an universal right today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tito, for pointing to those important issues. And I fully agree with you. And we see that many schools are funding some solutions to continue teaching. But anyway, the quality of learning is very much dependent on the level and the quality of digital access. After all, only around 60% of the world population is online today. And I would like to now again ask Janice Richardson to speak briefly about what educational strategies and policies should be implemented to mitigate those negative impacts of polarization. or digital knowledge gap, how to turn challenges into opportunities. Janice, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Nareen. Well, first of all, I think one right that we haven't really mentioned is that every child should be able to realize and to exploit their full learning potential. And all of solutions should be shaped around that. I think that this new paradigm, we've been talking about it since the middle of the 90s, and yet it really hasn't happened. Teacher training is pretty much the same now as it was back in the mid-90s. And this is information that comes to me from teacher trainers. Secondly, I think that education has a big role to play in things like the Internet Governance Forum. But every year that I've attended, I've noticed that there are really very few people from the education world. Thirdly, I think equipment is very important, but adapted equipment is even more important. And when I see teachers using commercial type platforms, it really concerns me. I think they don't have any idea of the privacy issues. They're even showing parts of their own home, which for me is a really big problem because they simply haven't learned. We need a lot more piloting to help teachers understand how their lessons go across. They need to learn about interaction in a remote environment. And we also need to get industry working together with families, but also with the education sector. You may not know, but in November 2019, 47 governments adopted a recommendation from the Council of Europe to promote digital citizenship in education. Perhaps you can show the slide that I've prepared, because the Council of Europe has also developed or is developing a partnership agreement with industry to try to help focus on all of these aspects that are so important if we're really going to bring solutions and allow every child to really exploit their full learning potential. The Council of Europe considers it's really important to have a multi-stakeholder approach. One, to raise awareness of tools, platforms, challenges, and solutions. And all of this is in the partnership agreement, which should be ready, I would say, within the next 2 or 3 months. Secondly, to really optimize the technical infrastructure so that everyone gets fast, secure, reliable internet access, which would cut out all of these problems of cybersecurity. It's important, though, to connect classrooms to the wider world. Active participation, critical understanding of what's going on is going to cut out those problems of false information, fake news, etc. We have to enhance learning opportunities. There is such a wealth of resources, of different environments, of content. Teachers have to go out of their classroom and be part of the wider world. And for that, they need a partnership, not only with industry, with all of the key actors. And finally, and the Council of Europe has developed a group of competencies that they consider so important for children to develop. These are built on values, skills, attitudes, as well as knowledge and critical understanding. And I think until we take into account the importance of all of these competences, children are simply not going to be able to be part of this transformation. They're not going to benefit from the opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Janice. Now let's turn maybe to some specific educational examples and programs from various countries. And let's ask our audience speakers, what are the existing programs in their countries that are helping people to become more prepared and equipped in times of global COVID crisis. Let's ask them about programs which can serve way forward for others, can serve as examples for others. Uliana, you have done a research in about online learning readiness for the pandemic, comparing situations in Estonia and Albania. Please, could you share with us your findings? The floor is yours. If we don't have Uliana with us.
Yeah, because I was muted, I asked to be unmuted. Thank you, everyone. Thank you to the organizers for letting me share my research and experience as well from the field. My research was done before the pandemic, and I defended my PhD just before the pandemic, but actually it turns to be really relevant for today's situation. My research was based basically on students from universities here in Albania and in Estonia on how to use online tools for entrepreneurial learning, basically, as I teach business-related disciplines. And what it was found back in time, it was that what matters are not just the right tools, but what matters more is what we need to know on how to use these tools. So what are our competencies in order to take benefit from these online tools? Back in time, I analyzed basically social media platforms, not really specific tools that help the online learning processes, and it turned on that students are lacking of many competencies in order to be prepared to learn online, which focus not just in the technical aspects of platforms, but basically they lack more of other skills or competencies, such as how they can monitor information, how they can filter information that it is online. And here, you know, it's not just about how we protect ourselves online, but how as well we know which information is right and which is wrong, which is true and which is maybe fake news. Then how maybe we can be content creators, because what I see even today is teachers and as well students will lack a bit of these creative competencies and content creating competencies for online learning, which is a bit different from learning in real life conditions. Then how to collaborate online and how to improve our communication skills online, how to preserve our ethic online. This is also very important in order to have some kind of interaction as well when we teach online, because most of the time, sometimes in Zoom especially, we felt that we are doing our own monologue without having this impression that we are in a real virtual classroom, even when using more specific tools of virtual classrooms. So those were the most important findings of my research. And when it comes to policy making, I guess that now it is required more and more from decision makers, maybe to think on how to integrate more specifically, not just in education policies, on how to take more benefits from online tools, from the existing tools, not to invent new. Of course, we can invent, we can improve what we have now, but how we can take more advantage of what we have already. Because from my experience, we didn't make any big transformation in education right now, in my country specifically. We just improvised with the pandemic. I'm saying maybe a word that cannot be politically correct, but I feel that we overcome the pandemic because currently we are back to school. I mean, we are experiencing another stuff on how this online was benefic from the comeback For me, it was that before we improvise, but now for the future, we don't need to do any more improvisation. We need maybe to be more focused and to know on how we can really benefit from learning online. Because in my country, there is another problem, is that online learning and online teaching, online education is not very widespread among young people. Okay, we adapt it, but still I see a lot of skepticism from students, sometimes even from teachers, you know, old generation, but as well new generation. We need to maybe raise our awareness that this is going to be part of our life for a long time. And so it demands, first of all, a kind of, let's say, like Janice said, multi-stakeholderism, but a lot of, a need more of collaboration from everyone of us. Online learning is more strategic now. It's a strategic tool for education. It's not just something that before, or maybe we thought that we can do it just on time of crisis. So thank you very much. Those were my thoughts. Of course, I can share later on discussion some more specific cases on what we did here in Albania, but I just wanted to connect maybe more practically with my research.
Thank you. Thank you, Liana, very much for emphasizing the importance of those diverse skill sets, media, information literacy. We have seen that learning coalitions are coming together across Europe to utilize digital platforms to teach about those important skills. But I would also like to ask about what about cyber safety skills? How do we ensure that necessary cyber safety skills are taught from elementary to high school? I know we have Anna Borkowska from NASK with us, who could speak about Internet Academy for Kids, which they organized in Poland. Anna, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And maybe I will introduce myself and I will introduce my institution, because it's important that we are not a part of education system, but we support education system. Because NASK is a National Research Institute under the supervision of the Ministry of Digital Affairs. So, and our main goal is information society development and internet safety, as Narine mentioned. And this is the field we are working in. Before I start to show some examples how we worked during the pandemic, I would like to add something to our discussion that we have had at the beginning of our panel. We in Poland experienced the same barriers as I suppose other countries did. And we know that we don't have proper equipment and access to internet for all the students and all the teachers, and we had to prepare ourselves better with online resources to support teaching and so on and so on. But I suppose that, like in other countries, a large sum of money was allocated to provide students and teachers with internet access and proper equipment like tablets, laptops, and so on and so on. For instance, in Poland, it was in total over 40 million euros allocated on that purpose. But of course, the action just has started, and we know that we will be maybe better prepared, maybe for autumn pandemic or something like that, because even if we can make it in a very fast track, it's I suppose we still short in time. But I think that pandemic showed us what various restrictions we have, but also I am optimistic as optimistic as Joanna is. Pandemic showed us how can we benefit from online education and internet and electronic tools. And we have such examples here in Poland. And if I could focus on one of them just to show you a good example of overcoming these challenges and how we could benefit really from the situation, which is really extreme and not expected, but we are in it, and we had to do something to overcome challenges that we faced. And we have some examples that we did, and we have learned the lesson. Hope for the future. I don't know if Narine give me a few minutes more so I could show you what we have done in Poland. And as a good example of what we could do in this very extreme situation is what have we done with one of our programs that is aimed at increasing students' digital skills and cyber safety. We have a project, the Young Programmers Club, and it has been running since 2018. And it is the project main goal is to increase students' digital skills, but also other life skills like cooperation, problem solving, positive use of internet, online safety issues, and so on and so on. And till March 2020, the project has been implemented offline through the network of local clubs. And we established these clubs mainly in small towns in Poland just to give the chance to children not living in big cities where the opportunities are much bigger. And the program was very popular, and a lot of students were interested in participation in these workshops. And of course, we planned to start next cycle because students can take part in a series of 10 workshops, which are conducted by experienced educators and trainers, and it's in in a traditional format, I mean offline. In March, we couldn't, of course, open these clubs after the winter break in our schools because of the lockdown in Poland. So, but we also didn't want to postpone the project or cancel it, and we decided to change it and to test how it will work in another environment. So what have we done? We transferred the project to the internet and opened these clubs online, and meeting with students were fully virtual, and they are for the time being. And we supposed that usually in one workshop in offline environment, maximum 15 students can take part. So we suppose that when we open the clubs online, this amount of students would be much bigger. So we decided to open it for 10,000 students for each age group. We had 2 age groups. And just to show you overall view of what happened. In one day, we had over 20,000 students registered to the program, which shows that there is a big interest in workshops like this, in programs like this, and we saw that this is our opportunity. So we decided to open these clubs for everyone who is interested in taking part in it, and we didn't limited access to 1,000 students per workshop, and we open the live streaming, so everyone can take part in it without any limited access, and the workshops are saved for later viewing and available online. And this is the lesson for us, that we can use much more than before internet tools and internet access in our other programs. And I can see Noreen is smiling, so probably I'm talking too long. So maybe this is it. And if you ask me, I can put something into our later discussions. So thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Very interesting, and indeed, COVID-19 has become a catalyst for various stakeholders across Europe to search for innovative solutions and new methods, new partnerships. We see now innovation not only in technology, but in partnerships as well. Public-private educational partnerships has grown in importance, in coalitions with diverse stakeholders, including governments, technology providers, telecom operators coming together to utilize digital platforms as a temporary solution to teach those necessary skills. Today, we are very happy to have Media Balance Initiative with us, which has founded in the Netherlands, which has started in Netherlands, an interesting initiative to combine network forces in implementing digital inclusion programs. Ida van Praag, the floor is yours.
Hello, my name is Ida van Praag, and I'm just educational designer in the Netherlands. We started before closure of schools. We started to make an inventory what we need to express digital education to all the children. And I need to say something. I just hear you all say about education for teachers, education for children, education for adults, but we should be aware of the bottom-up approach. What do children need to access digital tools and to become part of social and blended learning? And if I say social and blended learning, I mean digital citizenship is about being a citizen of the world. So we need to access the world and learn from things surrounding the social environment of all the children. If you are living in a city, you need access to that city. You need access to internet. You need access to the local authorities to make your life livable. That's what we should learn our children. Next to that, they need mathematics, they need to learn to read and to write and all that sort of things. That are the competences. If they want to go to the next level of education, they need those basic skills. Then they need excellent skills to participate in our human society. Those excellent skills should be also digital excellent skills. Then you come to the part where the student will become the teacher. Because the youth at this point, I have been involved in 12 weeks of digital learning and digital lessons approach to the whole Netherlands. And we learned one thing. Those youth and those youth members are more aware of digital tools and digital skills than their teachers. And that is a great problem because if the teachers are not aware of the usage of digital tools to make social and blended learning happen, then our youth cannot attend a excellent education. And the next part is they need internet access. And we learned in the past few weeks that internet access in the Netherlands is not well organized. We needed, the infrastructure is still there, but the internet access is not available to all children in the Netherlands. And that was the main problem we found out the first week we started with homeschooling our kids. The next problem was that parents and teachers and schools and local authorities needed to cooperate in multi-stakeholder groups to make sure, pretty damn sure, that all the children could follow their educational, follow their lessons online. And that was the really a great problem, to follow the lessons online, because one kid didn't have a device, one kid didn't have internet access. So all the teachers were not teaching or giving their digital lessons. No, they were well aware some of the students of their classrooms were not there. I spoke to many teachers in the Netherlands, and they all were aware that the students were not online. So my colleague Gu Akaova and I started a campaign in the Netherlands to make sure that every student in the Netherlands could have access to internet and could have access to a device. If you don't have access to internet or access to a device, please tell us. And we just adjusted all the primary needs to follow education. And we provided 10,000 students with internet and laptops, just by organizing multi-stakeholder groups, local in the Netherlands, to make sure that if a student at our school wasn't able to follow the lessons because he or she was not able to access the internet or didn't have a device, we just provided them with something. And not on a smartphone, and only a device. And the device could be a tablet or a laptop. Someone in the community donated to make sure that little boy or little girl could follow their education. And that made the schools aware, the parents aware, and the teachers aware that if we want to make this digital transformation during the COVID-19 lockdown, we needed to work together socially to make sure that our kids could follow their lessons and their education. And that was necessity because parents were working from home and kids were learning from home. And if you want to socialize in our community, you needed internet access. You needed to be able to socialize with your friends from school, with your family. And that is the main problem we found out in education in the Netherlands, because it's about social and blended learning. And okay, if the education was not doing the right competence of having the right competence we needed to provide for those kids or those students, then the teachers would work together in teams and upscale or upgrade their lessons to make sure that the lessons they were providing on paper or through books was available online. In the primary schools, they have methods, and all the digital platforms, just kept on screaming, you need a license. You need a license to access this education. You need a license to access this education. We didn't provide licenses to students. We just provided them with education made by the teachers. The teachers made their own education, but they were well aware that there are methods they need to use to make the education stick to what the students need. And that's the main thing I saw happening. Educational practice or programs. Practices, yes. Programs, no. Because programs are made from A to Z, and A to Z didn't work online. So we need a new standard to provide digital lessons and also social learning lessons. And this is why the Netherlands has provided in the upcoming year a new standard for the curriculum for education in primary and secondary school, to make sure that all the students following education in the Netherlands would be well prepared to find a job in the next future, and that those are future jobs. So I am totally aware we need to make our students future-proof, and future-proof will be tomorrow we need digital tools, and the day next we need digital schools. Because if we don't go the digital way, the citizens of the whole world cannot communicate in the near future. Because if there is coming a new pandemic like this one, the COVID-19, we are not able to communicate with each other. If this pandemic happened in the early 60s, we were not able to communicate with each other. And that's the main problem we tackled by multidisciplinary teacher platforms, where teachers made the education and the education programs digital. And we are doing this 3 years in a row to make sure the digital education is compliant with the educational needs of children. And those educational needs of children are in a description of the curriculum in the Netherlands. So that was my...
Thank you, Ida, very much. Very interesting. Thank you for pointing to blended learning, and that we all see that, as you rightfully mentioned, parents are working from home, and at the same time, children are working from home. So we see in a matter of weeks, COVID-19 has changed how students all over the world are educated. And these changes have caused maybe some uncertainty, but they have also speeded up new examples of educational innovation, like you mentioned. And thank you also for mentioning that we all need to build resilience, and especially in the face of new threats. And I have now just received very interesting questions via chat, and would like to use this opportunity to ask some people who want to present to speak briefly about experiences in their countries. We have Suzanne Maruchian from Armenia with us. Suzanne, the floor is yours. Please unmute yourself and raise your points.
Hello, everybody. Thanks for the opportunity. And actually, all the speakers were very precise and very comprehensive. And I see that the example we had in Armenia looked much like to the other examples, like the problem of access, the problem of gadgets, the problem of parents working at the same place with children, and also taking into consideration that these parents might also be teachers themselves, and also the gap between the knowledge, IT knowledge of children, teachers, and moreover their parents. I would say that in Armenian reality, we had some materials already digitalized. There is a special center with the Ministry of Education in Armenia working on digitalization of the content. And there were some fragmented platforms, both Dasaran AM, which is a more wide one, and some local platforms of private schools. And as a parent also of a kid, I would just like to tell my daughter's experience that the digital classroom sometimes helped her to be more focused and to work on the content without much noise, but she still was missing the contact with social contact with the peers. I don't want to take too much of your time, but I just wanted to mention that there is also a lot of lack of knowledge on the protection of personal data, and a lot of schools were even putting up the process of their teaching with the pictures of students online, and that there is a big room for improvement in terms of media education. And I would just like to conclude telling that I believe that the situation we appear at is just a sort of a signal for us to have a wiser use of technologies. And enhancing the media education, why not also the internet learning ethics? Just coming back to what Ida said, that they were not participating, they were escaping from classes, switching off their webcams sometimes, the kids. Also, the need to promote connectivity and contact to shift to the new realities is important. Internet should serve to public good, and it should be the tool for freedom, for education, and also for our children. We should make them ready, skilled, and knowledgeable, and responsible on this at the same time, to feel that education is not also only a right to be ensured as a positive obligation by a state, but that it is also an opportunity for them to grow, to value the education more than they do sometimes. And on the other hand, I think that also the content should be improved and diversified to meet all the needs and expectations of the modern generations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Susan, for raising this important point. And we have Professor Anastas Mishev from Skopje, North Macedonia. I'm very pleased to pass you the floor. Professor Mishev, can you please tell us about lessons learned during transition from traditional classroom towards distant learning? The floor is yours, Anastas.
Thank you, Narine. Thank you for the organizers for having us here. I would like to pick up on where the previous speakers already left on the importance of having access to internet, access to technology, of course, access to computers, but it seems that these problems, these solutions or these actions by themselves do not solve the problem. We have had the project Computer for Every Pupil many years ago, and it didn't solve the issue here. We had efforts here from the telecom providers granting free access to families in need, schools sharing their school computers to the families that are that cannot provide from themselves, just to help the students connect to the digital environment, to the internet environment for learning. But it didn't help. It didn't solve the biggest problem. And the biggest problem was the readiness of the society as a whole, the readiness of the educational system. We saw a broad spectrum of examples in our case in North Macedonia, starting from doing nothing, which was on all degrees of education, starting from the schools, primary schools, but all the way to some of the faculties and universities that actually did nothing at all to the whole different end of the spectrum, where you have faculties and universities that the break only lasted for maybe less than a year, less than a week. In our case, at the Faculty of Computer Science, we lost less than a year in our educational process because of the readiness, because of the existence of platforms that were very well known to the students, because they were used to do things online. They were used to do things online, and they were used to do things in classroom, but also online. So we are currently in the middle of the exam session, and everything is almost to the date as it was supposed to be before this hit us. So this gives us the idea to speak up to the community and to ask the state for establishing of several important things. First is policy on education, policy on introducing the distant education as a blended form of education with the standard one. I would be more than happy to see the education on every cycle of education and have at least half a day a week digital, online learning, in combining it with the standard classroom learning. So when the next pandemic starts, or when the next climate change, bad weather hit us, we will be much more ready. So we are using this experience and trying to push all the relevant instances in the country to establish, first of all, the policies, then establish a national platform. It's very important to establish a national platform. Otherwise, you are left to the capabilities, to the incentives of individual schools, individual teachers, individual organizations. But if you have a national platform that is supported, and if you have teachers that are educated well and trained to use this platform, then there is almost no excuse, I would say, for not going digital. And of course, establishing this platform in parallel with the normal classroom process is very important. And of course, it was not all that bad. This, again, may be a personal experience as a parent of school kids also. We have seen a very positive thing within the pandemic, and that was the boost of digital skills development. Although it was not the way it's supposed to be, it was self-taught in many cases, it was parent-taught in many cases, but we saw a huge boost in digital skills development in all layers and in all levels of society, and especially in the school children. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anastas. Thank you. This is really very interesting. And we now can just see what questions do we have from audience participants and try to answer those questions. Wout, can I give a floor to you to maybe speak a bit from your perspective of a security professional, and also bring some questions which have been discussed in the chat room. Thank you very much. The floor is yours.
Yes, this is Wout Natus. Good afternoon all, and thank you for a very lively presentations and discussion in the chat. As Narine said, I'm an independent consultant in the Netherlands, and more lately focusing on internet governance. The angle that I took on at first joining this workshop was from a very specific angle, which we sort of dropped because of the COVID-19 situation that developed since we started working together. And of course, that had to take a backseat. But it's something what I would like to stress, because when we're talking about cybersecurity, there is a very specific angle that has come to the attention of through a report I wrote in the past 6 months. And that is that a lot of people, young people, leave education, whether it's vocational or it's at a university or everything in between, without much knowledge of cybersecurity, internet governance, or internet architecture, depending on the level that you work on. An example is when you do media training here, then you learn to design websites. And all the children leaving the vocational training leave without any knowledge about cybersecurity. And I know that from firsthand experience, not from myself, but from my stepson. At university, some of these topics are not taught, and they learn languages that are ages old to program in, but nothing about how to make a secure product. And that is something which may have to change in the near future if we want to have a more secure society. If it's impossible for children to build a secure website or to design products securely or design software secure, then we will remain inherently unsafe as a society as a whole. And that is a topic that will need to be addressed somehow on how to change educational curricula to take on these sort of topics, so that when the children leave their education, they at least they know about these problems and that they may have to find solutions for them when they get to their first and second jobs. So that was the angle basically that I looked at. But we also discussed another angle which was on education, and that is if the teachers, and that has come up in the chat, so I'll pass the word on to others to fill this in. But if we look at teachers that are not being taught how to teach their children online, and of course this is a crisis of which everybody hopes it will never happen again, but there will be countries in the world where totally other sort of crises are ongoing, and it's impossible to go to school as well. And still, children need to be taught somehow and need to have access to that teaching. So how do we make sure that teachers are up to speed on this topic, which has been expressed, but apparently they know less than the children they teach. And that is a very worrying situation, in my opinion, which in the end governments will have to look at how they learn their teachers how to get up to speed on this topic. And I understand that in Bulgaria there is an example of it. So I would like to invite Anelia to share a little bit about that. There's also a totally different sort of question from Tony, which I would like to ask if he's interested, or she, sorry, I don't know, to bring that into the discussion. So that's the first two I would like to start with. Thank you, Nadine.
Thank you very much, Wout. Thank you. Are we now inviting Anelia to the floor? Am I right in understanding that you have invited Anelia Dimova to the floor? Anelia, the floor is yours. Dear remote moderator, please unmute Anelia.
Hello? Do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah? Hello? Hello? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Yes, please go ahead.
Sorry, but I don't by now share more than this, what I wrote by the chat, because I take this data from this year's DESI from the European Commission, the tool what measures the information society progress, yearly progress for the European member states. So I can only try to get more information from my colleague from Ministry of Education, and then I can write to you more about this project. Sorry, but I don't know more information.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Anelia. Do we have questions in the chat? If anyone wants to take the floor.
Narina, there are two questions. I think there's a question from Todi, who has been waiting for a long time, and for Alessia. And Todi is the oldest one for me personally, so I invite her to at least to present first, and then Alessia.
Okay, thank you very much. This is Todi. I really was asking, I wanted to know about the direction of discussion, because I believe that the right to education is beyond school children and teachers, especially media education. So I was asking if anyone would like to comment or talk about education beyond formal traditional education setting, as beyond teachers, students, and schools. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now, Alessia, the floor is yours.
Hello to everyone. I'm Alessia Ciccarello from Italy. I'm a member of the Internet Society's Italian chapter, and it's a pleasure being part of this event, because it's not easy to find a space that promotes the exchange of ideas between different generation cultures, between pioneers and young generation, and it's a really formative experience, more than any course or any lesson. The last year, maybe for the first time, so many young people took part in the Global EGF in Berlin. I was there with the other guys of EuroDIG Italy, and it was a wonderful experience for all of us. Despite that people normally think many young people are interested in topics like internet governance, digital divide and internet rights, social and legal implications, privacy and cyber crimes. 1 year ago, with the EuroDIG Italy and with my local association, Ypsilon Generation, we organized an event at the Chamber of Deputies in Rome. We tried to raise awareness of these issues. We talked about the Italian Internet Bill of Rights, adopted by the Italian Parliament in 2015. We analyzed its 14 articles in the memory of Stefano Rodotà that invested so much time and energy to work on it. And on that occasion, with Laura Abba and Stefano Trumpi, and with the Italian ESOC Youth Observatory, we decided to start to work on the project of this book, entitled The Value of the Internet Bill of Rights. As I said, remembering Stefano Rodotà's commitment, we reflected on the 14 articles of the Italian Internet Bill of Rights. The final redaction of the official document adopted by the Italian Parliament was the result of a consultation to which civil society has been called in 2015. The idea of the civil consultation about the Internet Bill of Rights shows how important it is for everyone to have awareness about it. That's why we wrote this book. The aim of this book is, in fact, to foster the interest in these topics and to provide the full knowledge of rights and duties owned by people in the digital and virtual environment. Normally, we talk about the digital divide as a gap between those who have access to the internet and to technologies and those who don't have access. But all of us know that digital divide is much more than that. It touches every aspect of our life, cultural, economic, social, and political. Freedom, transparency, and equality, that's what the Internet Bill of Rights represents, and that's what internet should be represented. The book is also available in ebook format. Unfortunately, at the moment, it is only in Italian, but we are working on its translation. If this works out, there will be for sure another time for sharing the English version. I hope you can read it soon. I would like to close with a question. How we can fight the digital divide that depends on political and economical choices. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you, Alessia. Thank you. Very interesting question, but it's maybe a rhetoric question. Yes. So maybe for the next meeting, we will try to touch upon this question and approach it from various angles. This is very interesting indeed. And let's now pass to the final part of our workshop. Let's wrap up.
Arina, you're breaking up.
Audio. Oh, just a moment. Наушник. Наушник. Наушник капай косметикас.
Are you still there, Narina? Well, then I'll just take over for, there are two questions left. One is from Garalampos, and the other one is from myself. Garalampos, you were asking about I have to bring the question back up. There were two questions actually. Would you like to expand on them?
Something.
Garalampos, are you there? Can anyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Yes.
Yes,
Okay,
I can hear.
Okay, there's a question from Garalampos Kiritsis from the Council of Europe. And it says one big aspect of school environment and education process is socializing and developing social skills. How this can happen via online lessons. And his second question is, many educators have difficulties with new technologies and they are afraid that they will break things. They don't know how to teach online. How can we overcome these issues? I think that the second question was answered, but the first one more of a social question has not been answered. So perhaps somebody would like to answer that question, or Garalampos, if you're there.
In the chat, he just said he cannot open his mic. He cannot use his mic.
He cannot use it.
No, he cannot use it.
Okay, then that is it. And the final question was one of myself. How are we going to disseminate the messages we are going to arrive at this point? Because most people involved are not present in this discussion, and they need somehow to be made aware of that there are best practices. So how are we going to disseminate that? So that's it. And then I'll hand back to Narina to start wrapping up, I think, looking at the time. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me well?
Yes, very well.
Marine, you have to unmute yourself because we're not hearing you. Yep. Okay, now it's fine.
Thank you. So I'm going to wrap up the discussion today. So as we have seen, it is yet early to conclude how COVID-19 has affected educational institutions and educational systems around the world. But one thing is evident: COVID-19 has compelled schools, universities to search for innovative solutions. Traditional face-to-face learning in a classroom is replaced with new learning methods, from to virtual reality experiences. On the other hand, we have seen that public-private partnerships have grown in importance. And while most initiatives have been limited, inconsistent, or to coronavirus crisis can pave the way for initiatives to be formed around common educational goals. COVID-19 is also a good opportunity to remember about digital skills we all need to have in our changeable, uncertain, and unpredictable world, as well as the importance of such skills as informed decision-making, creativity, problem solving, and resilience built into our educational systems as well. Today, we have touched upon the problem of digital divide and digital knowledge gap could because less and families are likely On the other hand, even if schools find solutions to continue teaching, the quality of learning heavily depends on the quality of digital access. And today only 60% of the world population is online. So the spread of COVID-19 has revealed the weaknesses of not only our education systems, but our societies in general. And it has shown us the importance of building resilience in the face of various threats. Now I am pleased to pass the floor to Adriana to present the messages. We should agree upon those messages with rough consensus. If nobody has strong objections, those messages will be adopted and will later be published in the messages from 2020. Adriana, the floor is yours.
Many thanks, Noreen, for the floor. I'd just like to add, you described the process beautifully. I'd just like to add that the messages will be available for the community to comment upon them. So even if we, let's say, adopt a message today, we can still adjust it a bit in the later stages. Now we just need a rough consensus. If we could have the first message, please. Thank you. The pedagogical processes need to be modified if we are going to recognize and be part of the digital transformation in school education. The way teachers are taught, the way teachers teach, the tools used, and the relationship of the teachers with the industry need to be modified. There's a typo there, I apologize. Are there any strong objections? Please raise them in the chat. I'd say we can go to our next message then. The right to education needs to be provided by the state, and it needs to be non-discriminatory. The states need to take active measures to make sure that the right to education is granted to every youth. I think we can go to our next message. No comments on this one either. A multi-stakeholder approach is necessary to raise awareness of the tools and platforms, to optimize the technical infrastructure for internet access, to tackle cybersecurity, which is important in connecting classrooms to the wider world. No objections. Let's go forward. The bottom-up approach is necessary to gain awareness of what children need to access digital tools, to become part of social and blended learning, and to become digital citizens. A new standard is needed to provide digital lessons and social learning lessons. No objections? All right, let's go to our last message. And I do expect some objections on this one. The universal ownership of a computer or tablet and access to the internet must be observed as universal rights today. Oh, I have a strong yes. Okay, thank you very much for that one. Restate universal access to computer, tablet, and internet. Okay. We can do that. Ownership is too strong, so universal access. Okay, thank you all very much. Noreen, thank you for the floor, and now I give it back to you.
Can I just say that
Thank you.
Access is a problem that we have, because if you don't own a device, you don't have might not have access.
Thank you, Tito, for raising this important, interesting point. Let's just don't consider this as an end of discussion, and let's try to continue this discussion later at the Global IGF, at the next EuroDIG as well. And dear participants, now I'm closing the meeting, thanking again all the speakers, all key participants, thanking Wout, co-moderator, and everyone who participated, org team members, the reporter and EuroDIG Secretariat for providing the platform and this possibility of organizing this wonderful workshop, thanking all without whom this meeting wouldn't be possible. Thank you all and have a nice day, everyone.
Well, let me add 2 seconds here as co-moderator. Thank you. Also, thank you, Narine, especially for all the hard work you put into the session, and Rui, who was not present but at least started this discussion. And thank you for a very lively discussion. And where the last message is concerned, I think let's be provocative and see how far we can take this. Message and see what happens to it. So thank you very much and have a very good day, and I hope to speak again to you on this topic in the near future. So
thank you very much from
day.
Trieste as well.
Bye-bye.
Thank you for the excellent section. Bye-bye.